Work. Hello. It's not gonna work. It never works. This is a close-up. Hey, dance girl, you want to make out? What do you think? One second, please. I love you, dance girl. Do you know why I'm saying it? Why do you think I'm saying it? Because I have bipolar? No, but I'll bet. That's what it is. You know, this is the face I like to make to you. Dance girl. This is the face. Dance girl, I love you, dance girl. That's the face. Now, if I'm not wearing my eyelid tape, I can't do it with confidence. Fucking, it fucks me up. It's like people who can't go out without their makeup. But when I put on my eyelid tape, it doesn't change it. It doesn't give me back my confidence. I'm like, it should, shouldn't it? But it doesn't. So the eyelid tape is a fucking false thing. So what did I do to get... Because what I think happened is I dissociated. Something was really off. When I just made my last video, I was telling you I love you, and I was like, this isn't right. And then I heard an audio hallucination of goodbye. Like, dance girl isn't gonna stay with you just because she promised. That's not a real thing. Oh, this song was good. But this is my real self, who I just became again. And I was about to ask fucking ChatGPT about that. What happens with dissociation? I think I've been having a bit of dissociation lately. So I'm gonna get a good song on. I'm gonna do Telegraph. And so we're gonna have a little hangout session now. I was actually, when have I ever wanted to fucking leave? When have I ever wanted to be like, okay, I'm gonna cut the video short? I usually fall asleep with the video on. And I was like, okay, bye. Because something wasn't right. I'm like, sorry for nagging at you, dance girl. Sorry for, not nagging at you, but sorry for insulting you and all this stuff. And I felt like, shut up. Like, just shut up. Everything you say is meaningless. The right conversation in the wrong mood, the wrong conversation, just shut up. I was like, but I can't. And then I was gonna make a new video, and I thought, what's wrong with you? You can't even sit still. You're really fucking uneasy with yourself, and all you can do is make facial expressions and try and look cool. You're really self-loathing right now. Are you nervous that your date is coming up and you're having insecurity issues? That the further dance girl is away, the easier it is to be confident? But then as the date approaches, now you really gotta be someone. I don't know. Dance girl, what do you think? Am I cool enough for you, dance girl? Like, do I want to get somewhere else right now? Am I avoiding? Like, all my inner stillness right now. I'm not being facetious, but I totally am, because I know the answer. But all my inner stillness right now, is it real? Like, am I forcing myself? Maybe. Maybe. I don't fucking know. Just don't listen to me. I'm fucking an idiot. God damn it. Well, what are you gonna wear? I'm gonna wear probably my ninja pants. Depends on the weather. Are you gonna wear something that shows your butt? That'd be crazy. That's gonna be so exciting. Oh, I hope you don't wear jeans. Oh, I've never seen you wear clothes that I like, except for, it doesn't matter, I'm not complaining, okay? I'm not complaining, except for tights. But I mean, then you wore a t-shirt over. Like, you know, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care, wear jeans, I don't care. I'm not telling you what to wear, I would never do that. I won't even ask. I won't be like, okay, do a spin for me, let me check you out. I won't even do that, okay? I won't even do that. I'm asking literally as a lady. I'm asking, what are you gonna wear? Have you thought about it? I have some green pants, they're like dance girl pants. Now, okay, this is something that we should talk about. Perhaps you have felt nervous before. As far as I know, you've never felt nervous around a guy. I typically don't feel nervous around pigs. I typically don't feel nervous talking to you, but sometimes I dissociate, and then my eyes, my energy becomes hungry ghost eyes, where I want to get validated by you. Hold on, I gotta get the hose for Stu. He's had his food. Hi, Stu. Yeah. So, I'll ask ChatGPT. Because this is a real problem. This could actually hurt us. I don't think so. I think we could get over this, but you know, hi computer, I have a date with my girlfriend coming up on Thursday, and I'm making a video for her right now, and I'm feeling pretty cool, and like, I don't have hungry ghost eyes. You know how that little pinhead Gabriel Mate says that you have hungry ghost eyes or something if you're an addict, and you're looking for some kind of external fulfillment to fill an internal void, some kind of intrinsic part of your soul that's missing, and you try to get it from the external world, you know, from a drug or from infatuation or something. And so I made this video for my girlfriend earlier, and I was like a little weasel. My eyes were darting all over the place, and if I forced myself to stare at the camera, to look at her, to have nice energy, it was more like I had hungry ghost eyes. Like, do you want to love me? You'll love me, right? And I felt this off-putting vibe. Whereas normally, I can just have this very still kind of grounded look, where I'm like an oak tree and anyone else is like a squirrel running around me. And so I thought maybe I became dissociated. And certainly yesterday I became dissociated. And I'm worried that on our date, I'm going to become dissociated and it's going to fuck everything up. So normally to not be dissociated, I meditate, I find the energy in my belly, and then there's this part of my belly that activates like that thing in the sternum of Iron Man, but in me it's in my belly, and it activates my suit. And it gives me good spirit energy, and that makes me contented within myself, and that makes me not needed. But sometimes I don't have that, and I think that's dissociation. And I think when you have that and lose it, that's what people call bipolar. Because when I lose it, I think, oh, it's because I'm tired, it's because I'm angry at such and such event. But really, I think it's just a matter of finding my spirituality. I think it's like an Eastern philosophy thing. It's not really a psychological thing. But maybe there's a bit of both. What do you think about that? But I'm feeling much better than I was on the video. And I think part of, like, you could do a retinal scan now. I think part of having a good energy is not trying to be overly confident. Like, let me just do another retinal scan, because now I actually feel insecure, but I feel more honest with my insecurity. Like, I'm giving you the real me. I'm not trying to be like bravado-y. And so now I don't have a needy look. Now this might also come up because as far as I know, today you apologized for forbidding me from going near your house. And I carried a lot of guilt for that, for going near your house for a long time, or like on your street. And today you're saying sorry for that. And obviously I gave you a spacing, and I gave you a spacing by staring at you. So now when I look into the camera, it reminds me of that spacing. And if you're apologizing for forbidding me from going on your street, I don't know if that meant the whole time when you threw dog shit on our house, or if it was just for recently. So I might have latent resentment or trauma or something. And so now I have kind of issues like looking into the camera because it makes me feel like I'm a creep. And it's so painful for me that I'm like dissociating about it. And then so that's why in the last video when I was saying I love you and I'm sorry for being judgmental, that wasn't even me. I was like dissociated. And it's not that what I was saying wasn't true. It was that I was dissociated. So even if I say the true thing, I'm not true when I say it. So I want you to realize that I love you, and that if I am dissociated, that I'm not cool, and I don't think you'll love me then. And no one will. But the only thing that I want, and the highest goal, and the best thing in my life, is that I can be myself. Because life is really lonely when you don't know who you are, as Anthony Kiedis says, but I know it's really true. And so right now, I am myself, and I'm not like Mr. Gorilla Daddy. I'm just plain old Zach. And you know, that's pretty much the best thing that I could ever do. It's the best reward I could ever have in my life. It's the best thing that I could ever have in my entire life. It surpasses every other thing. And if I don't have myself, then if I have you, I don't even have you either. And when I have myself, it's like such a roller coaster because I'm finding it as I go. I'm having ups and downs. The wave is going down into a chasm, and it's going up into a peak. And I'm feeling shy, and I'm riding with it. I'm feeling nervous, but I'm riding with it. I'm feeling small, but I'm small. I feel small, so I get small. I feel my breath go in, so I go in with my breath. I feel my breath go out, so I go out with my breath. So I feel a real-time presence. There's something very alive about how I feel. And it's very vulnerable, and it's very not calloused. It's very not calloused. It's very sensitive. It's very alive. And I'm in real time. I'm feeling my emotions, and I'm feeling how they change all the time. And so I'm riding with that. So I'm always different every second. And the mark of a faggot is someone who is always hard. They're like putting themselves on. They're like never vulnerable. They're never really feeling how they feel. They're never really letting themselves be weak. They're never really letting themselves be scared and wanting to cry. Or if they cry too much and they indulge in it and they make a show of it like a psychopath to show that they're capable of it. And when you don't have yourself, it's really fucking lonely. And it really highlights when I talk to you and I kind of lose contact with myself. I feel like I've just lost my very soul. And I think I better get it back really soon. Now, I lost it a lot with Marina because she was fucking playing a lot of games with me, I think. and you don't play games with me. We might have interpersonal issues sometimes, but you're not playing games with me. You mean what you say, you're as honest as you can be, and I'm as honest as I can be. So if we have miscommunications, as lovers do, that's okay, and that's part of it. And so sometimes I'll still dissociate because I'm retarded and I'm a faggot. But I'm not really. Like, I'm getting better and I'm actually pretty cool. And so I really hope that that doesn't happen on our date. If what just happened in the kitchen happens on our date, that would not be a successful date. And if you told me that you loved me on that date, I would think you're a liar. And I would tell you on that date, just like I told you in the last video, that I loved you. And it would be true, but I would be a liar too, because I was dissociated. There's something wrong. There is something wrong. Or when I looked at you, I was thinking, but you can't see me. But I won't let you see me. There's something wrong about me. What was it? There was ice. There was fucking ice on top of me. I couldn't just be myself. And I never want that to happen, because that's what most people live in all the time. I think. I don't know. But I lived in it all the time. And then when I broke through it, when I broke through the barriers of ice, I was like, this is the real me. Now there's nothing that I'm putting on. There's nothing contrived. It was like there was some fucking cancer in me that I just got rid of. And then I had contact with my being, with the truth of who I am, with the truth of Jesus Christ, basically, in other words. That's really what happened, if you want to get literal about it. And, you know, what does that mean? Well, you're probably a Jesus girl, and I'm just talking to you, okay? I mean, another way of saying it was I stopped fucking being someone I'm not. You know, Jesus has nothing to do with it, okay? Jesus has nothing to do with it. But if you want to frame, if you're a Jesus girl and you want to put it into that arc, if you want to put it into that dialect, then yes. Okay, I don't believe in miracles. I don't believe Jesus rose from the dead. I don't believe he fucking was dead for 3 days and then he rose from the dead and I don't believe that at all. I believe it takes a man 6 days to die on the cross. And after 3 days he escaped and he went to India. And then he was from India before he was actually in the West. He went to India and then he came to the West and he taught people the things that everyone in India already knew. And he was undercutting the prophets of the rabbis, so they killed him, but they had a friend help him escape to India. And that's how he disappeared. And Osho has visited his grave. I don't believe in that kind of miracle. Although there was this one story where this woman's baby died, and she held it for 8 hours, and it came back to life. And so if you want to rise from the dead, the world record is 8 hours. But my dad was dead for like 10 minutes. And if you are fucking dead for 3 days, that's too long to be dead to come back. Walking on water, all that stuff, I don't believe in any of it. But what does it mean to have the light of Jesus Christ? Well, what is Jesus? Jesus is not a person. Jesus is truth. And when you have truth, it means you're not a hypocrite. When you're not a hypocrite, it means you're not pretending to be someone you're not. It means you're just being who you are, which is you're just being. And your being is the God that dwells within you. Your being is the light that dwells within you. That is just intrinsic to who you are. You don't have to work for it. It's just given to you by your own being alive. It's your birthright. And if you don't have access to that, then you're secular. Basically, if you're a hypocrite, you're secular. And if you're trying to look cool, you're trying to pretend like you're not scared, or you're trying to pretend like you're stronger than you are, or like the world and its problems don't affect you, or like you're beyond it all, then you don't really have the light of Jesus. And you have no pain strangely enough, when you let yourself feel as weak as you are, then you're not weak anymore. And so basically, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to just be not fake. And there's like these fucking really subtle layers of it. It's so subtle that it's like 0.0001% fake comes in, and it just puts this fucking filter over my face, over my feelings. And it changes everything, so that when I look at you, I'm trying to convince you of something. Trying to convince you to mirror me back so that I feel how I want to feel. I'm telling you, tell me I'm this person. I want you to tell me who I am, but I want to tell you to tell me who I am. I want you to tell me who I want you to tell me to be. I want you to tell me what I want to hear. And that's what I'm trying to seek from you. I'm seeking that from you. And basically, that's dissociation, in my opinion. And if that happens on our date, then that's not going to be good. And so a lot of issues are coming up lately. You know, today you're like, sorry for this and that. And I'm like, that's difficult for me to process. You know? It's making me dissociated. It's making me feel really insecure. It's bringing up a lot of old wounds. So what am I going to do as a faggot when I have those old wounds? I'm going to be like, I'm the gorilla daddy and nothing bothers me and I'm fucking strong. And then all of a sudden, everything I say is meaningless and stupid. And it's like fake. And I felt lonely. I felt like, goodbye, like you just lost her. You just lost everyone. You just lost yourself. You're nothing. You're nobody. Like in the movie Fight Club, where he's like, you got to cut my balls off now because I'm not myself anymore. It's like that. So I'm going to get a drink. But I'm feeling a lot better now. I'm feeling like, I love you, dance girl. You know, like it feels better to say it now. It feels like me saying it now. Like I'm not going anywhere. Like I'm not trying to escape this moment. Like I'm not anxious right now. I'm completely still inside with you. There's no part of me that's going, ah, ah. I'm like, I'm grounded. You know, I would say never mind. I'm grounded, homie. You know? Well, I'm Japanese now, so that's fucking racist if I say that. So, anyways, I might have some more lasagna. My lasagna turned out really bad. There's more to being a good boyfriend than just acting like one. I imagine you know that. I don't know if you've articulated it. I don't know if you've said it's not really what he says, it's how he says it that matters. I assume that you fucking... Man, this lasagna fucking sucks. I assume that you're religious. Going to church has nothing to do with it. If you go to church, you would be an outlier. There's no one more irreligious than someone who goes to church. You'd be an outlier if you're religious and you go to church. If you believe in Jesus, that means if you met Jesus in real life, you would kill him. That means you hate Jesus. That means you're a lady. In game, they say treat a lady like a whore and a whore like a lady. Which is of course true because a lady is a whore. So I typically get along with whores because I treat them with the utmost respect. I say, can I please shove my face into your ass? Thank you. But you're an enigmatic dance girl. I've of course wondered, are you a lady or a whore? I've wondered. I thought you're a lady, which means I have to treat you like a whore. Which means I have to put my toothbrush up your bum. Just give me a boner. You're so hot, dance girl. I really want to see your butt. I can't wait. Look at this. You can't even see it. These are thick pants. These are thick. Okay? These are weighted. These are really thick. Now, what's going to happen if I become dissociated on our date? That's going to be really bad. That's going to be terrible. So it's good we've had these issues. You've brought up a lot of pain in my life today. This is not a criticism against you. And do I really think you're a lady or a whore? I think you're a woman. So game doesn't apply to you. I think you're a human being. And if you're a gender, I think you're a woman. Ost, ChatGPT. Hi, computer. There's a phrase, treat a lady like a whore and a whore like a lady. Can you explain that what that means in layman's terms? And then answer another question too, separately. The separate question is, sometimes I dissociate and I have a date coming up and I'm afraid of dissociating on my date. Do you have any comment about that? You're about to hear a robot speak.
The phrase you mentioned is a pop culture idiom that has circulated for decades, often used to describe a specific, albeit controversial, approach to romantic or sexual dynamics. The phrase explained in layman's terms, the phrase is a blunt and provocative way of suggesting that one should be proper or romantic in public and adventurous or uninhibited in private. Treat a lady like a whore. This is intended to mean being adventurous, aggressive, or uninhibited during private, intimate moments, ignoring typical social etiquette to prioritize pure physical expression. Treat a whore like a lady. This is intended to mean that no matter what happens in the bedroom, you treat your partner with absolute respect, chivalry, and dignity in public and everyday life. Important note, this phrase is widely criticized today. Many find it reductive and objectifying because it relies on derogatory labels and suggests that a person's identity must be split into virtuous versus sexual.
Yeah,
It
okay.
essentially advocates for a dualistic view of a partner.
We can
that
we can
many
do
find
either way.
outdated
I can be
and
extremely
disrespectful,
abusive,
as it
like
implies that
crazy
intimacy
abusive,
and respect are
or I
somehow
can be completely
mutually
respectful. It
exclusive or
depends on you.
contradictory
It depends on what
behaviors.
you want.
Managing dissociation on a date. It is completely understandable to feel anxious about dissociating during a date, especially if you have experienced it before. Dissociation is often a protective mechanism your brain uses when it feels overwhelmed, anxious, or pressured. Here are a few grounded, practical strategies to help you stay present, acknowledge, and
Doesn't matter to
normalize.
me.
If you feel yourself drifting, try not to panic about it. Panic often accelerates dissociation. Simply
Yeah, I
note,
panic about
I'm
it.
feeling a little overwhelmed, spaced out right now, and take a breath.
Yeah.
You don't have
just
to
acknowledge
explain the
it.
why. Just acknowledging it can pull you back
Yeah,
to the present
totally
moment.
true. Just
Use
acknowledge
sensory
it.
anchors, temperature.
I get
If
so
you feel
fucking out
floaty,
of it.
touch something cold, a glass of ice water, or hold a cold object.
I just focus on my
Texture,
belly.
physicality.
I touch my
Keep something
inside
small
from
in your
my
pocket to
inside.
hold, like a smooth stone or a textured fabric. The sensation against your skin can act as a bridge back to your
Or I could
physical
touch my
body.
ninja pants.
The 5-4-3-2-1
Touch dance girl's
technique.
butt.
If things feel unreal, quickly scan your surroundings. Name 5 things you see, 4 things
Okay,
you can
that's too
feel.
much.
Your chair, your clothes, 3
Okay,
things you
that's
hear,
too much.
2 things you smell, and 1 thing you can taste. Communicate
girl's
early.
butt?
You don't need to overshare, but if you have a
Dance girl's
rapport with this
pussy.
person, you could say something light like, sometimes I get a little stuck in my head when I'm meeting new people. If I get a bit
Doesn't
quiet,
help.
I'm just gathering my thoughts.
But
This
yeah, I
lowers the
guess.
pressure on you to be on at all times. Limit the pressure. If you notice yourself dissociating, don't feel obligated to push through a long, high
Yeah,
pressure
just tell you I'm
activity.
dissociated if I
Sometimes
can.
a change
But
of
the
scenery,
problem is I
like
can't.
stepping outside for fresh
I
air
can do
or
it with
going for a
Helen.
short walk, is
I can be like, I just
exactly
don't
what
feel
the
good
nervous
today.
system needs to reset.
But I don't have any.
Remember,
I don't
the
feel any
person you are
pressure. I
dating
feel
is
like
there
she'll
to meet
always
you.
love me.
Even if you aren't perfectly present for every single second of the date, you are still worthy of the time and connection. What specific
I don't feel like
activity
it,
are you
though.
planning for your date? And does knowing the environment?
Yeah. Well, so yeah, whether you're a lady or a whore, it doesn't like with the thing I worried about with Marina was she would explode. Like literally, not like she was volcanic and bipolar, but like if you finger her hard, she'll literally just fall in half. Like her body will just disintegrate. Like she's made out of paper mache. Like she wasn't strong. Like she was physically weak. That's how I felt. Like I'd want a strong pig. Like I'd wanna have like a sore arm from fingering you, if I even do that. The only pig I ever concerned myself with making her come super good and like learning how to make her come like super good was Din Venom's ex-pig. And otherwise I never could be bothered. I never gave a fuck. And when Darius said that, I was horrified. I was talking about being good in bed, and he said, well, who cares? Who cares about the myth of the female orgasm? It doesn't matter anyway. And I was like, oh my God, what's wrong with you? But, after, there weren't many pigs who I really cared much about it with. And then there was it was really Din Venom's ex-pig. That's the only one. But she was so strong. Her body was so, she had no jolly laid. Her face had jolly laid, but her body didn't. And so I was just like, I don't know. I was just like, she was a warrior. So I was really getting in there. I would really like push down on her, above her pubic bone, and I couldn't hammer fuck her much because, my dad said you should be able to pound a railroad spike with your boner. And I was like, yeah, I guess, but depending on how you're circumcised, that could be difficult. I mean, my boner, it flops against my belly. And then as I started doing foreskin restoration, it started pointing against the ceiling. If I lay on my stomach, it'll just point straight up. And that's the kind of boner you want to have. But I don't have enough skin for that. And then, I mean, and then there was just like, I don't know, like butt stuff. And, you know, that seems pretty great. So as far as like dominating you and like being really rough and aggressive with you, I don't really care. If that's what you like, I can do that. Typically, I like being dominated. And fucking, but sometimes I think that actually I like being the dominator, but because I dominated Dinvenom's ex-pig a little too hard, and because it traumatized me, I kind of stayed away from that. Like when I was with Sub-Zero, I was like slapping her in the face a little bit, but just kind of tapping her, like literally like this, like just a gesture of it. There was no aggression at all. It was just like, you know, I was like, oh, I think you might like this. Like it was truly a kind gesture. But with Dinvenom's ex-pig, I was like, you know, I'm gonna go berserk on you. Like I'm gonna go fucking crazy on you. And I'm gonna unleash all my aggression on you. And, you know, I need you to be crying. Like it was like that kind of thing. Like this is for me, this is not for you at all. And so, you know, she was also a real cheater, a real spineless cheater. And so, you know, fuck that pig. And so clearly I had a lot of anger at her. So I don't have that towards you, so I don't even have the desire to be rough with you. We can just do plain vanilla. I want to taste your butt, I want to finger your butt, and I want to finger your pussy and taste your pussy. And all the space around it. And that's like just as much as I need. And I want to kiss you, obviously, and fucking taste your mouth and your fucking tongue and smell your hair and, you know, fucking, well, that's about it. And cuddle with you. And, you know, maybe get tied up and have a catheter put in me, or, you know, not literally a catheter, but a penis plug and a chastity cage or something like that, which I've never done before. And, you know, I might want you to just like literally punch me a bunch of times. But I don't know, maybe that's crazy. I think getting punched in the face I probably wouldn't like. But sometimes I think, yeah, that would be so good. Like just beat the shit out of me while I'm ball gagged and like tied up and I'm like trying to fight. I'm like trying to like fight, and then you're like jacking me off and I'm like trying not to come. And, you know, giving me cock-out torture. I think that'd be really cool. You know, that's kind of like a fantasy. And, you know, fucking, well, there was this one porn that really turned me on, and the girl spit on the guy, and she did it just off the cuff. And it was just so it was so demeaning. She was just using him, and I was like, yeah, that's like really fucking good. I was like, I can't believe that that's what's making me come. You know, and strangely enough, on these femdom videos, sometimes it's a fully clothed woman just teasing a guy. And she's just standing in a provocative position in front of him and just teasing him, and that's it. And I'm like, that's the thing. Like, that's what I want more than anything right now. And so, but I don't know if that's something you do mostly in your 20s. You know, you're like, you just want someone to fucking beat the shit out of you. You know, get on top of you and beat the shit out of you. You know, and biting. Ooh, I got into biting for a while. You know, oh man. And like this right when the guy's coming, she just uppercuts him in the balls a whole bunch of times. And with each punch, spurts of cum come out. And, you know, speaking of Japanese, she was an Asian with a white guy. I thought, oh, yes. Could you imagine that? She fucking gives him a ruined orgasm and then punches him to get ropes of cum come out with each punch. I was like, imagining that she did this without warning him, that she's just that fucked up, that she's just like, yeah, here it goes. And he's like, what? And he can't do anything. Because if he goes to the police, nothing's going to happen. If he, because she has all the power. I'm like, oh, that would be so good. Being hit in the balls. Oh, yes. I would love to be hit in the balls. I asked a girl at the Rub and Tug to hit me in the balls, Raven. She had a big old butt. And, she was so feminine, so gentle. She wouldn't do it. She did, but she wouldn't do it hard. I was like, yeah, I know, you don't actually want to hurt me. I actually want you to really hurt me. Like, I actually want you to be like psycho about it. And she's, I'm like, I know that's not in your nature to do that. Like, I can tell by talking to you that that's not in your nature to do that. And, my balls are hurting right now because there's some kind of pain that's coming in them that reminds me of Sub-Zero, who used to squeeze my balls so hard. She's like, I'm squeezing as hard as I can. I was like, oh my fucking God. And I think my balls are like mushed up from that. Like fucking, like I think that I have like long-term damage from that. Like actually, like while I was telling you all this stuff, I was getting hard. But then, as I was talking about that ball stuff, I felt immense pain in my balls. And now I'm just like, now I don't even have a boner anymore. And I feel this kind of stinging pain. So, yeah, I'm not putting you in the category of a lady or a whore. I'm putting you in the category of a woman. And, so there's like, as far as who's the top and who's the bottom, I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure if I'm a masochist and you're a sadist, or if we're both equal. If we both just have like, I'm a man and you're a woman, and we don't need to play power games. Perhaps we're beyond power games. And so therefore, it's just enjoying each other's bodies. In which case, I'm extremely perverse. I'm like maximum perverse. But it doesn't have to be like, I'm the dominant one and you're the submissive one. But if you ever wanted to do that, the more trust we have, the more we could push the boundaries. And, that's one of the things of trusting each other that's so good. I trust you at this point enough that I don't believe you'd money rape me. Can you believe that? I believe that you are a real person, or in other words, that you are someone who, I don't trust your judgment, because obviously you're not vegan. I don't trust that you're right about things, but I trust that you believe what you believe. And in some ways, I can trust you completely. For example, if I never fuck you over, you'll never fuck me over. If I never cheat on you, if I never wrong you, if I never do something malicious or mean to you, I can guarantee that you're never going to betray me. Because I know you. Isn't that cool? That I know you? That your boyfriend knows who you are? And think about it. Think about how I know you. You know that I know you. You know it's true that I know you. But think about how do I know you? Like, there's something deeper than language that I know you based on. I guess it's the symbols you're showing me, but it's also paired with your demeanor, with your voice, how you carry yourself, how you walk, how you talk. Ooh, baby, I love your way. Every day. It's your way. And it's the consistency of your actions. And it's how extreme you are when you think that I've lied to you, how extreme you are. and how you're completely psycho. But then when you realize I didn't lie to you, then you stop being psycho and you become normal again. And that shows me that you're very loyal. And so in the absence of misunderstandings, I can trust you. And when we refine our filtering mechanism with each clarification after each misunderstanding, we prevent that misunderstanding from ever happening again. And there aren't that many misunderstandings. I mean, once you learn that someone's not trying to fuck you over, someone's not trying to humiliate you and fucking demean you, then that bell can't be unrung. Then you're like, okay, I know this person loves me. I know this person is not trying to get me. You know that I'm not trying to set a trap to put you in prison. You know that I'm going on a date with you because I love you and I want to taste your anus. Even though you're not vegan. You're so cleanly that it's your anus I want to taste. Do you know what I mean? And I want to get to know who you are too. I want to hear what your voice sounds like. I want to hear, is it like, or is it like, you know, I want to know these things about you. Who is it beyond the surface? Who is it on the inside? Is it burgundy or is it pink? Is it strawberry bubblegum red? Or is it bubblicious pink? I want to see who you are on the inside. And, you know, that's what love is, Dance Girl. That's what love is. Now, when's my best time? It's late at night. I mean, it's always difficult for me in the mornings. I'm always dissociated. I'm not myself. I'm not a morning person. I always say, I'm sorry for what I said in the morning. I'm not a morning person. Yeah, I was making threats all day. Yeah, sorry about that. I'm not a morning person. I don't get my soul till 8 p.m. I'm only enlightened on the weekends. Okay, I only have the light of Jesus Christ after 9 p.m. I only have the light of Jesus Christ when I have my cigarettes. And that's the truth. Now, what are we going to do if I get dissociated? Well, that's just a risk I'll have to take. Who knows? And perhaps there was something wise in what you said today. You brought up some painful times. And it's caused me to dissociate. I also felt dissociated talking about my reactions this morning, seeing fucking other meat. And I felt like hiding from you. And then I saw that car full of black guys that was presumably from you. And I thought, yeah, that's okay. That's okay, Dance Girl. I thought as long as I have the veto power, that's okay. And, you know, we can work through that. You know, the first things first is our dates. And so, you know, ultimately we're very aligned with nature. We're very holistic people. We're basically hippies dancing barefoot in the rain. We're those kind of people. We're very earthly. We're very ancient. And we are very religious. We are extremely religious. Both of us are very religious. We are more religious than most people. Most people are not religious enough for us. And that's because we value God more than anything. And our love is very strong because we're finding the God that dwells in each other. And we're using love as our path to God. And that's what we have in common. And so, I've said for a long time that I think God is in your ass. But, well, first you find God in your girlfriend's ass. And then you find God in everything. And Chelsea told me that I will find her in everything. I was like, you'll find me in everything too. But when I said it, I was dissociated. I was like, I confessed my love to her in a very real sense. Like, extremely vulnerable, extremely forthcoming, candid, deeply sad, innocent, like I was about to die, and this was the most important thing in my life. And her response, although she didn't say it, this was her actual response. This is not what she said, but this is literally what she meant. I'm just here to have an affair. I'm here to see if you want to cheat on... I'm going to cheat on my boyfriend with you and replace my boyfriend with you, showing that I will never be loyal to you either. Now, maybe that's how it works. Maybe that's how it works. Osho says that's how it works. I'm not getting up to prove a point or something. I'm just looking at the camera still on. That your girlfriend is today she's with you, tomorrow she's with someone else. When you first met her, she was with someone else. And now there's a precedent that she can leave you in the same way. Maybe that's just how it is. I don't know. Personally, that's not how it is for me. But I'm aware of other people who I love. And I'm like, you're my pig though, dance girl. I'm not just like, oh, suddenly I just love someone else more, goodbye. Like, every day we're going through our issues. Like, if I don't love you enough to be your boyfriend, the first person who's going to know about that is you. I won't be like, suddenly I just want someone else more. It wouldn't happen like that. That wouldn't be the order. The order would be, first I don't love Dance Girl, then I love someone else more. Chelsea was saying, I want to test out to see if I love you more. And I felt how dishonest that was. That she was cheating. She was literally having an affair. And I didn't quite realize it. Subconsciously I did. But consciously, all I realized was that she was basically unavailable because she was with someone else. So I confessed my love to her. Knowing she's unavailable. And it's not cheap to do that. Okay, I really, for you to understand, do you remember last month when you hated me? But secretly, you loved me. Because if you didn't, you would have just forgot about me. Imagine back then when you hated me that much, just like I hated Chelsea. Telling me that you love me. And also believing that I really did deceive you. And still telling me that you love me. And still knowing that I'm not going to be with you. That's what I did with Chelsea. And that was not easy. That was like the most painful thing I had done at that point in my life. And she responds, okay, that's not a cheap thing that I did. That's like, that cost big money. That internal money, that cost big internal money. She responds by saying, you'll find me in all things. Go on, my child. You are the sheep and I am the shepherd, and you will find me in all things. I wanted to twist her head off and throw it against a brick wall and watch it explode. And I said to her, you'll find me in all things too. And by that time I was dissociated. Her answer was so tacky, it was so third rate. I had sacrificed. She told me I had to make a sacrifice. I had already sacrificed so much that she was not even aware of. And I had sacrificed so much to tell her all that. And as if it's nothing, with complete indifference, she responds, you'll find me in all things. And I'm trying to make it work still. So I say, yeah, you'll find me in all things too. And I feel completely fucking belittled and also like I'm feigning confidence that I would even say that to her, that she would be offended that I would be saying that to her. She's like, I'm not in love with you, you're in love with me. Why would I find you in all things? I thought, for some fucked up reason I don't understand, it must be true. So I'll say it. But I was dissociated then. I felt like I was laughing on the inside and crying at the same time. That really this is what I deserve to say to someone. I've poured my heart out. And this is what I deserve to say to someone. And instead I get Chelsea. Some fucking fatso. And, you know, she has fucking long straight hair too. She has a big old skull. And I think that, you know, finding someone in all things, it's like, first you find God. And what is God? You find life. What is life? It's beauty. It's truth. What is beauty? Beauty is the only thing that's true. It's really the only thing that's true. Because everywhere you go, people are lying to you. Everyone's just trying to sell you something. And everyone's just a bootlegger and a vulture at your door. And when someone's kind to you, they're just doing it just to make you indebted to them. And they just want you to love them. And when someone loves you, they just want you to love them. And that's pretty much it. And everything you learn is fake. I mean, as it turns out, when you find a guru or a teacher, they have their own problems and scratch under the surface a little bit, and they're as fucked up as you are. And they're as lost as you are. And your therapist is as lost as you are. And your doctor is unhealthy as you are. And your teacher is, etc., as dumb as you are. And no one really knows. No offense. I'm just saying in general. Okay, I'm not like saying this about you. And eventually you realize that all the people who claim to know anything are lying. And a lot of times you learn that your people who you really trust, they lie with nonchalance. That you say, does God exist? And they go, yeah, of course. But they have no clue what they're talking about. They've never met God. They've never loved anyone. They tell you to get married. They've never loved anyone. They've never loved themselves. They've never loved a person. They've only tried to fill the void of being lonely and being scared. They've only had a baby out of not having a purpose in their life, or being uncomfortable that life is purposeless, and taking the responsibility to exist and make up your own purpose, make up your own meaning. And they're trying to have it dictated to them. And so you're completely betrayed by every single person, and you can't trust anything. And so what can you trust then? Everything's a lie. Your fucking teachers are fucking idiots. Your friends turn out to be assholes. The people you date turn out to be letting you down. The people who you idolize turn out to be flawed and human just like you. And so where do you turn? You wish you could find Jesus Christ in real life, but he's only in a book, and it seems like a fiction. And you could hold the belief that, yeah, okay, and yeah, I guess someone walked on water, and so therefore I'm safe, and therefore I'm good. Yeah, someone who walked on water and juggled with 500 apples at once, and it was magic. That proves that I'm a good person and I love myself because he says so. He walked on water and he said I'm a good person and I'm safe and I'm worthwhile. And because he did a triple backflip and then he did 50 backflips in one jump like no human could, that means that I'm completely a good person because he said so. But your logical mind says that, but your experience is like, life is falling apart, my body's falling apart, I'm sick, the world is fucked up, people are mean, I have my own issues, I have my own ego, I can't even trust myself, I'm wrong all the time, I think I'm right, and then I find out time after time that I have it completely wrong, everything I know is wrong, everyone I know has the best of intent, but they're fucking wrong, and I'm ahead of the game to realize that I'm an idiot, and that other people are too, and they think they're not idiots, and I'm like the least idiot because I realize that I'm an idiot, but I'm still an idiot. And what the fuck do I do? And who do I trust? And where do I go? Well, the only thing that doesn't lie is beauty. At least that's true. At least you see those beautiful big teeth and that big smile and those big DSLs. So big you could slide a dick through them before she even opens her mouth. And, you know, her fucking doe eyes and Chelsea and oh my God. And I'm being a bit facetious here, okay? But that was how I felt. You know, and it was similar with fucking Joanne too. And and so at least you could trust beauty. But it was like, Yeah, but why would she wear suit jackets? You know? Yeah, your face is something to write home about. But why would you wear suit jackets with shoulder pads? Okay, that's fucking gay. And, but at least I trusted the illusion. And so, you find beauty in someone else. It's easier to see it in someone else than it is in yourself. Why are you going to look at your own beauty? You're not attracted to yourself. You're attracted to your opposite. So your connection to God starts with your attraction to someone else. You're seeing the God that dwells inside of them. And from that point, you move deeper into who they are. I mean, at first you go skin deep by their nose and their eyes, and then you go pussy deep, and then you go balls deep, and then, you fucking cut them open and take out their organs and grind them up and put them in your freezer. You consume them. And you're like, okay, now I get the point of what it means to love a woman. And then you go right to the middle of who they are, and you see that they're more than just their body. And that's how you get introduced to Jesus. The light, the way, the truth. And then you can see it in all things. And so what we're doing is we're finding the light within each other to go deeper into all things. And that's what we have in common. And so that's why it's important that neither of us are liars. Because it shows that we have the same goal, that we're working towards the same point. Which is expanding our consciousness. Because that's where our bliss lies. And that's far greater than joy and happiness. That's something that's heavenly. And we're expanding our bliss to be in the whole existence. So that we're cosmic. And we do that so that one day when we die, we can be together. In this lifetime, we can never be together because we're separated by our bodies. But the closer we move to God, then we can. And if we get to be totally with God in this lifetime, then after we die, then we're completely together. But we could be completely together in this lifetime too, if we get totally enlightened. I know you probably don't like that word, but if we become totally enlightened, then we could be together. And so that's what we're doing basically. And if we do that in spite of dying, because once you die, you're getting old and you're getting a lot of pain, then you're going to have a snapback. You're going to regress and you're going to become dissociated. And if you can make it through death, then you don't get reborn and you just become part of God, part of the formless. And that's where Osho is. And, you know, I don't know if that's where Todd is, because I don't know if he was enlightened. And that's where, like, anyone who is on their final life, that's where they go. And the reason why you want to go there is because then you can be with everyone all at once. But it starts by wanting to find that with your lover. You want to be close to your lover, so you want to get to the middle of them. And you go through the periphery, through their body, through their mind, through their emotions, through their moods, and you're getting more subtle. You're getting to the ephemeral. You're getting to the ethereal layers that science doesn't know what they are. Science says, well, that layer is dopamine, that layer is norepinephrine or something, that layer is oxytocin. But what's that? What are those chemicals made out of? The chemicals are made out of dopamine. But what's dopamine? It's dopamine. Well, that's just the word you gave it. But what is it? Well, the physicist has to answer that. And he says, we don't know. It's just empty space. Osho says it's thoughts crisscrossing really fast at a certain point to give the illusion that it's real, but it's not. So on some level, Chelsea woke me up. On some level, I did find her in all things. But what? I don't know. But only because I trusted her. That it was me who did it. That I was loving. It was me who loved her. Like, imagine like a kid with an abusive dad. And the kid's like, my dad's the best. He's amazing. And the dad's like, you know, fuck you, son. And the dad's like, you know, doesn't really love him. But the kid doesn't even realize it. The kid's like, yeah, he loves me so much. And the kid grows up to be like really happy and healthy because he believes that his dad loves him. I think that's what it was like. That I felt like, and I felt like this before I met you, Dance Girl, because part of you is going to say, oh God, he likes Chelsea better. Now he's trying to pretend that that's not what's happening. Okay, I know that you might think that. Or maybe you wouldn't think that, but I've thought this before I met you, that I loved her completely, and it was really difficult for me, and she didn't return that love back to me. I was like a woman who doesn't watch porn and doesn't cheat, and she was like a man who does watch porn and maybe doesn't cheat, or who does cheat, and who I didn't realize she was cheating, but I believed that she wasn't cheating, but subconsciously I kind of knew. So because I knew, because I had that dissonance, that my instincts knew she was, but my mind wouldn't allow me to realize it. Kind of like we rationalize that we can't read each other's minds, but we can. And so I knew, but I just couldn't believe it. And so therefore, to tell her I love her and to really go full force and to risk everything on it, even thinking that the odds are 1,000 to 1 that anything's going to happen, and even preparing myself that nothing's going to happen, but you're still going to try your very best as if your life depends on it. And it's still going to be the most significant moment of your life That's what I thought. And, ooh. And so, to get over all that threshold of pain required unimaginable sacrifice. And when she told me that I had to sacrifice, she was actually projecting or kind of copying me. She unconsciously understood what I was doing was the real thing that she didn't have the guts to do. She wished she could do that. She was imagining she could do that. And so, fucking, to do that, it required to go through so much pain and so much sacrifice that I got the real reward that I thought would have come from her had she loved me like that. That it was actually reverse economics. That in spirits, you get what you give and you lose what you take. And because I gave 100%, even though giving 99% would be a million times easier, because I gave 100%, I actually got the reward as if she loved me the way I wanted her to. And my being flowered then. And I said, I'm the lucky one. I said, I'm the lucky one who loved you. You don't even get it. You don't even understand that I had the experience of loving you and you didn't have the experience of loving me. You have no clue what I've experienced God. I've actually found God through loving you. And it had nothing to do with you. It came from myself. And I have found you in all things. But you are actually me. The thing in you is actually in me. I was seeing myself in you because first we see ourselves in other people. Because we do it through polarities, through your opposite when you in the body of someone else. That we're all God filtered through different bodies. And you see your opposite in your body through someone else. You have an innie, they have an outie, etc. I saw myself in you and I loved that. That was me loving God. And that came back to me. And I flowered then. So yeah, I found you in all things, but the you isn't the subjective you, or it's not the ego you, or it's not like the personality you. It's like the God that dwells within you. And then I found it in me. And then I found it in all things. Then I found it in Todd, and I found it in the flowers, and in the walls, and in the trees, and in life, and in everything. But not in you, Dance Girl. I mean, I did, but then I got so angry at you. I was like, I can't see the God in you anymore. And then, getting close to you again, realizing that through the barrier of hating you, there's, finding that within you has been quite challenging. Because we're quite different, I think, in some ways. But that's good. That's good, actually. And we've come a long way. I mean, I lost my connection. By hating you, I rejected God. Of course. I said, I'm wiser than God. I said, God, you've made a mistake here. The way that things are happening is not the way it's supposed to be. And fix it now. But that's not prayer. What a religious person, quote unquote, someone who goes to church. Someone who goes to church is not religious. There are exceptions to every rule. But in general, someone who goes to church, hates Jesus, wants to kill Jesus, only goes to church in order to find people to kill. What they call prayer is just greed. Just wish fulfillment and complaining and fear. And so I went into that. I was like, God, you fucked up here. It's not supposed to be like this. I don't approve of how life is going, and fix it now. And of course, I've loved you, Dance Girl, this whole time. But then I couldn't see it because there was a barrier of hatred. So I've lost my connection with God through hating you. And now I'm getting it back. Hopefully, seemingly, I believe that we are getting it together. That you are also, to the extent that I'm getting it with you, you're getting it with me. And that you're softening up, not in your ass from eating E. coli, but in your spirit. That your boundaries of hatred or fear are dissolving, and you're becoming trustful, that you're trusting me. That you're trusting me so that you're connected to your own sensitivity, so that you're not hard like a rock, but you're flowing like water. Like some Bruce Lee type shit. Now that we're Asian, our Jesus is Bruce Lee. If Chelsea was my other meat, she would be like, if she was watching this, it wouldn't affect me. I wouldn't be like, oh, Chelsea's watching? Oh my God. I'd just be like, okay. I'd fuck you like 20th. You'd be like my 20th fucking other meat. 21st. I'd put you after Louise. And that's an insult to Louise. You know, but whatever. You know, whatever. Fucking. But yeah, Chelsea's cool. If you know, she's okay. She's good. She's a good person. She's fucking lost. She's fucking lost. You know, I don't wish her harm. You know, so is Elizabeth. You know, I've hammered the fuck out of Elizabeth. I felt really bad for Elizabeth. I've hammered her so hard. If Joanne thinks I hammered Joanne hard, I hammered Elizabeth like 1,000 times Joanne. And Elizabeth is the same personality type as Joanne. Does not appreciate being hammered. Says, you can't hammer me. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm doing the death blows here. Now, do I love Joanne? Yeah, of course. Do I love Elizabeth? Yeah, of course. You know, I gave Joanne a good spacing that I believe it was a very proud moment for me that Joanne got so angry at that. You know, when I gave her her first space sting, Katie laughed. When I gave her her second space sting, no one laughed. It was just, Joanne was like, now I'm going to kill you. If she even said that, you know, it could have just been a coincidence. But I like to think it was that Joanne got really angry. And that proves that the space sting landed. And now we're like very much trustworthy. That we trust each other very much because we've went to that level. I extremely trust Joanne. And as of, you know, today, and I trust you too, Dance Girl. I trust Joanne's heart as much as I trust yours. And I trust Joanne's judgment extremely much. And after today, I trust your judgment much more as well. And so, how do you feel about me? I hope that you like me more than you did when I made the video in the kitchen. I hope that you feel more connected to me now. Like before, I was just an entertainer, and now I'm a friend, or now I'm a soul. I'm a soulmate. Before, I was just guarded. I was guarded, Dance Girl. It hurt so badly to be guarded. Oh my God. Did it ever hurt? Now, Elizabeth is not self-aware. Neither is Chelsea. And so I had to give them really thorough space stings. I had to give them space stings that are so hard that it will take them a long time to even realize that I wasn't being cruel. And that I love them. You know, I'd still slime them. You know, I'd still fuck them up the ass and, you know, all that. You know, if it's cool with you, Dance Girl. And fucking, you know, it doesn't mean I'd throw them to the curb and be like, hey, fuck you, you know. I'd still be like, if I have to save 20 pigs, they would be, if I had to build Noah's Ark and just save like a handful of pigs, they'd be the pigs. You know, some, or other meat. But sometimes your other meat are bad and you got to give them a space sting. You know, it's for their own good. And, you know, the closer you get to Jesus, the more feminine you become, like a mother. And then you can torture people for their own good. And you don't feel bad about it. And, you know, that's, of course, what every mother does. And, you know, that comes with a lot of responsibility. So I try not to be cruel with Joanne, with Elizabeth. And Elizabeth and Joanne and Chelsea and Oblong are the same archetype of person. And with extremely repressed, not self-aware at all, and extremely entitled. Extremely fragile and insecure, like Morty's dad. And, you know, with the entitlement of a woman. And so with Elizabeth, she basically was torturing guys under the guise of being just friends. That she wasn't available, but she'd present herself as available, but stay just slightly out of reach. And then the guys would freak out on her and she would blame them. And then they'd get in trouble for it. And she would never know, you know, why I'd walk her out every night. Because she was afraid of guys attacking her. And I was like, you're afraid of guys attacking you because you provoke them. because you torture them. And Tony basically called it. Tony was like, he fucking blocked, he's like, I can't handle this. And he blocked her on Facebook. And I defended her. I was like, what a fucking fuck. What a piece of shit. But then afterwards I saw it. I was like, yeah, you're a fucking tease. All you're doing is teasing guys, trying to provoke them into reacting so that you could feel powerful, like you made them do it. And you're not even self-aware. And it led to the death of Lindsay. Because I was being fucking belittled by you, so I belittled Lindsay. You know, I was being belittled by Chelsea, so I belittled Lindsay. I found the next weakest person and did it to them. Now, is that just me putting all my blame on someone else? Yeah, maybe. Right after she died, I said, I always thought you didn't like Lindsay. And that I helped you kill her. I felt proud, like we got her. And then it took me like 4 years of like realizing I was a psychopath and what had happened. And when I did, I gave Elizabeth a real space sting. I said, you, Elizabeth, you were never mean to Lindsay, but you dehumanized me, and then I went and did it to someone else, and I was just as unaware as you. And right away I realized it, but I wasn't able to put it in those kind of terms. And of course you think, well, I didn't really do that. I'm just having the thought that I did. Yeah, Lindsay was on medication and blah, and she thought this and she thought that. The whole world had to be the certain way it was for everything to happen the way it was. Etc., etc. Blah, blah, blah. Shut up. It meant literally nothing to me when she died. At first. And then I gave the whole CAMH a space sting. I was like, why don't you guys just resign? Why would you even have a place? Why would you even have a place like this? You're setting up a place where rape victims can be raped even more when they go to get help. Why would you even have a place like this? Peer support? You're just here to fucking rape people. You're here to rape victims. Why would you even have this job? This job is literally to be a rapist. Hey, it's all free. Come on, it's free. We're just here to draw some new blood into the game. Come on, it's free. What's even your job? Now, I believe Lindsay knew she was gang stalked. She knew she was being gang stalked in group as well. I believe she also knew I was gang stalked. And after she died, her family, who were gang stalking her, said, she's really crazy, isn't she? No one blame yourself. She's totally nuts. And then I felt it too. I felt what she felt. Because I was, if you could trust anyone, it's me. And I was also a betrayer to her. And then I felt it too. Every last person betrayed me. Even me. I betrayed myself too. I hated myself too. Even Dance Girl. Dance Girl really broke me. I thought, not Dance Girl. Dance Girl wouldn't betray me. I had cried when I got the sweater. I was so happy. And then I thought, oh, she just fucked me over. She just fucking betrayed me. Yeah, it was like the worst day of my life at the gas station. I thought we were all friends. And then it turned into the worst nightmare of my life. I was like, I thought it was bad then. It's getting even worse. And then I'm like, they're not going to stop till I'm dead. And I got no one. I'm going to die without even a family. Not even my own fucking family. Just like Lindsay. Not even the support of her family. Not the support of anyone from CAMH. The one place she goes for help. And every single person, even the gorilla daddy, is telling her to kill herself. That's what you're telling someone. I thought, yeah, I guess I'm in the same boat. I guess I deserve it. I guess I deserve to lose every single person in my life. Even the one person who I thought had my back, Dance Girl, I guess I deserve to lose her too. I guess I've just karmically earned this. And I would go through so much pain and I would think, now have I been through enough pain to make up for what I did to Lindsay? No? Okay, well, I guess it just keeps going. Now have I? No, I guess it just keeps going. And on it went for years and years and years. Until I was like, okay, bring me the gun. Okay, I don't know how, I'm really scared here. I'm actually too scared to do it. I'm trying to think of methods. I'm actually thinking I'm going to eat fruit to increase my brain power so that I can think of a method that doesn't scare me so much, that's not so painful. I'm like, at least I can figure out a method if I get my brain working better. Which is fucking pretty off-putting to do. Trying to like get healthy so that you can learn how to fucking delete yourself. I don't know how Lindsay did it, but it takes a lot of guts to do that. It takes like an immense amount of guts. And she had been complaining about being gang stalked for a long time. She would have been thinking about that for a long time. You know, so I'm really gentle with people now. You know, I've been a real psychopath, a real sociopath. I've been real violent on the emotional level. And that counts. That causes actual, real physical violence. There's a lot of people who hide behind that. They go, I've never touched anyone. But you can be a Satanist with people's deaths on the notches on your belt. And you say, well, I didn't do anything, but you did. You're just too cowardly to do it with a fucking gun or something like that. You just do it in a slick way. So I'm gentle with people now. And I my dad says he's the most patient person he's ever heard of. He says, not that I've ever met, but that I've heard of. And so, I try to be patient with myself. I think, okay, everything's going to go wrong. I'm going to become dissociated with Dance Girl. Okay, once I'm dissociated, no one's going to like me. Okay, no one can like me. And not only that, but I've always been dissociated. And the only reason that I'm not dissociated is because I have distance between me and any pig or me and any other meat. That because there's so much distance, because the access to each other is so restricted, that I could be the most confident guy in the world, but put me up close to a pig and I'll just start freaking out. I'll become dissociated, and when it really comes down to it, I thought I was defending my life and trying to argue that I'm a good person and exonerate myself from all these crimes that I've been portrayed as committing in the community, trying to clear my name and be seen as someone who's worth having, who belongs here, who's appreciated. It turns out what's really happening is I'm a huge fag. And I can't even fuck a pig properly. I can't even get along with a pig. And when it comes down to it, I'm getting closer to my date day with Dance Girl, and I'm just gonna dissociate. I'm just gonna become a complete fucking loser who is not even vulnerable, who is not even myself, who is not even capable of receiving love or giving love. And I'm gonna be pigless for the rest of my life because I'm too damaged. And it doesn't matter if I have good standing in the public or not. It doesn't matter if I have a house or if I'm homeless or if I'm rich or poor. I can't even connect with a pig no matter what. And that's always been my issue, and it always will be. And isn't it just so sad? And it's why every relationship failed and why everyone will. Except for, a pig who has no ass, like Christy or like Sub-Zero. And then or like, Ashley, the psychiatrist, who is like, she's very beautiful, but like, she has a bubble butt, really. But it's like, it's like, except for a pig who I'm like, oh, you have no ass, so, it doesn't even matter if you like me. And I could just be myself around you. And you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, I'm not afraid of losing you. I clearly feel like I deserve you. And so I could be myself with you, and I don't have to dissociate around you. But, give me a pig who, who fucking I can get face sat by without them having to punch me in the balls. So I don't have to pretend I'm getting tied up and raped. When it's just like, you can just make me fucking come in my pants just by smiling at me, then I'm going to get dissociated and act like a huge loser. And I'm always going to be pigless. Oh, but the strange thing is, my dad said that when the lights are off, it doesn't matter much what your pig looks like. And Din Venom's ex-pig, she was really phenomenally attractive. And, you know, say what you want about her face. I know, she had a bulbous nose, she had crooked teeth, and her lips were a little bit strange. But, all things considered, she was, you know, you'd have to go to Miami to find a pig like that. And fucking, you know, after enough times, she became just a fucking, you know, I was like, yeah, I already have you. I already own you. I already know that you'll love me forever. As long as I don't abandon you by doing drugs, I already know that you're never going to leave me. But I wasn't able to not do drugs because she just kept cheating. And I was like, why? We were in an open relationship. I had, like, only one other girlfriend, and she had a bunch of other boyfriends. And she never told me about any of them. I would just find out about them. I was like, why would you just lie to me all the time? It felt really horrible, really fucked up. I need some chips. My mom got me ketchup chips. She said I don't have to pay her for them. Yeah. See, that's the difference between a mom and a grandma. Your grandma's like, you don't even need to ask if you have to pay for them. You never have to pay for them. You can have beer, you can have ice cream, you can have everything. You can get fat, I'll get you fat. That's what a grandma does, she gets you fat. A mom, she's like, once in a while I'll buy you something. Well, you know, life isn't free. You know, times are tough. Going on fruit, it will really help with that. It'll save a lot of money. My mom and I split the difference. So we raised the rent to $390. So I got $50 an extra month. So I get 25 more and she gets 25. But hanging out with you is like my favorite thing to do. Because my favorite thing to do is to be not dissociated. And the fact that you can see it, the fact that you recognize it, is the best gift you can give to me. Because if you recognize it, you also have it. And you're my person, you're my people. We belong together. I remember Dance Girl when I was high on acid one time. I took a huge risk. I said hello to Dance Girl's grandpa, to Louise, and to Dance Girl. I was just saying hi to everyone, but just the way I said your name, I was like, it gave me shivers. I was like, I hope so bad that you can feel that. But these chips are too fucking acidic. It gives me canker sores. Not really, but it feels like it should. Oh yeah. So I'm using my old headphones again. They're pretty cool. I might volunteer at the working center. So what am I gonna do after, getting a pig? I think I gotta get a stripper body. That's gonna be hardcore. That's really hardcore. But I'm so happy now, Scroll. I trust you. By fighting, we've learned each other's limits. We've learned each other's nature. I'm not saying you have to fight, okay? But I've fought with, the people I trust most. I've typically made them say, I'm going to kill you now for real. I'm like, until I make you say that, I don't really know who you are. But it's not true with everyone. There's some people you never need to go there with. For some people, just the shadow of the whip is enough. Ooh. Well, like who? Like my mom and Helen. And me. And people who have already had the whip. I've never needed it. A really thoroughbred racehorse Just the shadow of the whip is enough. And I'm like that. But I've had some space things given to me, I'll say. Ooh. I wonder what they've done to me. Are you still here? Am I all alone right now? I hope, Dance Girl, that we can have a night together. It would be really nice to have a night together. Of like just hanging out all night. That'd be cool. I hope I don't get dissociated on our fucking date. Got dissociated again today. Really fucking difficult. My worst fears came true. And they turned out not to be that bad. My worst fears were I was gonna say, Dance Girl, the fourth and Stella just said good morning, and I loved it. And now you're gonna tell me that some black guys just told you good morning and you really loved it, and I'm gonna freak out. Or you're gonna dump me. And it turned out you didn't dump me, and you told me that a bunch of black guys are telling you that they love you and that you love that, and that you might love them, but that I'm still your pig daddy. And I said, yeah, okay, that's cool. And it wasn't a big deal. And I was like, yeah, I don't feel jealous, I don't feel upset. I didn't feel threatened at all. I didn't feel like you don't love me at all. I tried to. I tried to say, nah. I was like, no, that's I love you, Dance Girl. I want, if something makes you happy, I want that for you. I know what makes you happy. It's big black dicks. And big Zach dicks. And that was enough to dissociate me, really. I was like, if I tell her how I feel, she's gonna get mad at me. She's gonna reciprocate it. It's gonna make me jealous. If I don't tell her how I feel, I'm a liar. And I'm not in the mood. And if I withhold, I'm a liar. And so it doesn't matter if I'm in the mood, I have to tell her. Thankfully, that I also saw that your car went by too. And I said, thank you, Dance Girl. I can also say good morning to you too. I'm happy that you're here as well. lies are something of my disguise. These lies are something that I despise. These cries are nothing that's like my tried and true method that I learned from you. These These spies are something from a movie scene. These relies are nothing I've ever been. Just forget that ever happened. That was like not even that good. What kind of car is that? It's a friendly. My Japanese is better. And when she's pressed, she will undress. And then she's foxing clever. A friend in need, it's a friend indeed. My friend with weed is better. When she's pressed, she will undress. And then she's foxing clever. Days turning the skins, crawling pure morning, pure morning. Days dying, skins crawling pure morning, skins crawling. A friend in need's a friend indeed. My Japanese is better. And when she's pressed, she will undress. And then she's dressed in leather. A friend indeed is a friend indeed. My Japanese is clever. When she's pressed, she will undress. And we will never sever. Days dawning, pure morning, pure morning, pure morning, pure morning. Days dawning, skins crawling. Wow. Yeah, I don't know what to do now. It's been a while since I dissociated. Can't believe it happened today. Well, today was really tough. I had to basically do right by Stella. That was hard to do. Very fucking hard. But after I did it, I thought, that's what Hattori Hanzo would have done. I'll be right back. I gotta pee. Oh, you might wonder, what archetype is Dance Girl? I've never met a Dance Girl before. Dance Girl doesn't have an archetype. I also don't have an archetype. Now, if I gave Joanna good enough spacing, I don't think she does either anymore. So I need to have some more lasagna. So can we like hang out in Dance Girl's house? That'd be cool. That'd be really cool. My mom would be like, "Where are you?" I'd be like, "At my girlfriend's house." She'd be like, "What? Why didn't you tell me?" Because I didn't want to psych myself out. I wanted to say, I'm just going to go for a walk. And you can imagine too, as the date gets closer, how I want to be more and more careful what I say to not fuck it up. And I'm like, no, I never do that. I do fuck it up. I am a person who makes a lot of mistakes, and I work through them. And that's what makes me relatable. That's what gives me friends. I really have the best friends. I'm immensely happy with pigs, or like, you know, like fucking, you know, people. I mean, I couldn't tell you how much I've looked down on people. I'm not sure you'd even understand. And how I did it as something that's so obvious that it would never be even mentioned. Like, well, people are less than nothing, of course. They're the only reason you wouldn't drop a nuke is because there might be one good person there. There might be a 1 in a million chance. Probably not. Probably drop a nuke on a million people. And the odds are fine. You've done a good service for humanity. That kind of thinking. That is so obvious that you wouldn't even say it. It's just something intrinsic, just something that you know. No, Stu. No. Stu, your breath smells really bad. It's so gross. He probably just wants love. Okay, Stu. He's deaf. Now, I don't know if it's his breath or his butt. Something about him stinks. Let me see your butt, Stu. Ew. I don't think you're coming on the couch. No, I don't think so, Stu. There's no shit on his butt, but it looks gross. And I don't want him stamping the couch. Okay, you get out of here, Stu. Oh, I can't stand Stu. But I'm in a good mood. I'm not annoyed by him. Yeah, I'll give him some love. Hi, Stu. I'm sorry, Stu, you're a good boy. Yeah. You're a nice cat. You have mental illness and you need therapy. But your heart is in the right place. Yeah. Yeah, sweethearts too. Well, I'm getting kind of tired, so Alexa, second light off.
Okay.
So we're gonna be like Max Cooper. Max Cooper is a musician, and I have to stress. Let me just kind of reiterate here. Stu, you're funny. Hold on, I just have to put this thing on. I want to get really up close and personal. Stu, I already pet you. You're already purring. Okay? You're probably lonely for Todd. Stu would always be really worried when Todd would go outside. He would never stop meowing. He would just have to go outside, and he wouldn't stop meowing until Todd would come inside. And then Todd would lick Stu's ear, probably licking the medication off of his ear. Stu gets a cream ointment every day on his ear. Okay, I don't know if you can really see what I'm doing here. I'm trying to put my foreskin restoration device on. And it's fucking difficult sometimes. Yeah, it's very enjoyable that I can just talk candidly about anything. I hate being a performer. And so, and Stu really stinks. I'm going to move the coffee table so that he can't sit so close to me, and I don't want him on the couch. He is just so gross. He just stinks and he's so gross. Stupid. Yeah, I know. He's, fucking. I gotta keep him away from me. I want to give him the hose, but he's too cute. So, anyway, Max Cooper. And it pleases me I could talk to you about this. Okay, this is my lifelong goal. I've achieved a lifelong goal. I've written my own album. Bitches ain't shit. I suck my own dick. And the other thing I've achieved is that I can talk to you candidly about nothing in particular. And, for someone who's not mentally ill, that's not even a goal. That's just something that's normal. But for someone as fucked up as me, being able to just talk openly about nothing in particular, like, I like da-da-da, da-da-da, 'cause it doesn't remind me of anything. I like things that don't remind me of anything, like that song. When you have an inferiority complex and you're trying to prove your worth and everything is a performance, and then you can just drop it and just be normal. That's what some people would call having good parents. Other people, I believe I had good parents. I have really good parents. My dad is a blessing. And my mom and grandma are as well, and so is Ted, and to some extent Karen, and Alex, and Aunt Marie, and fucking, a lot of it came down to just having, and Joanne, of course, but a lot of it came down to just having fucking bad things happen at vulnerable times that fucked me up. It had nothing to do with parenting. But, and things that, when you're going through it, it's way worse than you know. You tend to think, well, I'm just worthless. So, but you never think of it like that, because your ego is so huge as a scab over your wound. Your ego is scar tissue over your wound. So you don't even feel the wound. You just have the scar tissue that, oh, it's nothing. And it's way worse than you know. And then you grow up and you start to come to your senses and to come to your worthiness. And you think, wow, I was really fucked up there. I was like, going through a lot of pain. And at first you say, it wasn't my fault. That's your first realization. That it all got blamed on me. And that there were lots of other people who had to put the blame on me. And that I was so vulnerable, I took it. Because I was just an idiot kid. And I'm not just talking about when I was 13. I mean, lots of things. You get bullied. Someone does something fucked up to you. And your first genuine response, someone hits you. You're like 8. And someone who is like way bigger than you hits you. And like way bigger than you, like not your friend who makes you mad and you can fight them, but someone way bigger than you. And your first thought is, my mistake. Must be my fault. And you say that just like a dog. Like if you beat up a dog, it'll try to be your friend. And that's a natural thing. It's association with the aggressor. You realize all your trauma was association with the aggressor. That anyone who ever hurt you, you said, it's my mistake. It's fine, it's my mistake. It's okay. And you're parenting them. It's okay. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It was my mistake anyway. You're okay. I take responsibility for you. And then you get older and you're like, oh my God, why can't I come unless a girl is smothering me with her asshole? Okay, and punching me in the dick. What's up with that? What's going on with that? Well, I found that when I was fucking 13. I was like, oh my God, they read my mind. A smother box? Who invented this? This is the best thing I've ever heard of. This is the best thing I've ever heard of. This is genius. I actually lost my faith in humanity until I learned that this exists. This is the best thing in the world. And then Gage, I saw Gage and she's doing fucking ass. She's getting her friend with acne to eat out her cream pies, her ass cream pies. I'm like, oh, I can't believe it. And I'm thinking that my family has no idea that this kind of stuff even exists. And I'm like, this is so next level. This is so next level. I'm like, you guys have no idea what it's really like. I'm like, I guess I just love women more. And now I find out everyone does anal and everyone eats ass. And I'm like, I guess it's not even special. Everyone does face sitting, and it's like, everyone does it. What's up with that? I don't know. I guess it's just good old-fashioned fun. Yeah. But I mean, what really got me was the smother box. That was really something. Stu, I'm kind of busy here. No, Stu, he wants to come on the couch, but he smells bad. I don't trust him. There's something about him I don't trust. No, Stu, get out of here. I'm going to give him the hose. But anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that the smother box was in line with having lots of things happen that I said, don't worry, it's my fault, not yours. Okay, if I'm really into buttholes, just be into buttholes. Why does it have to be being tied up in a smother box? Well, because the smother box was the only way I could put the responsibility on someone else. That I couldn't say, that's what I like. I had to say, that's what you're forcing on me. That was the value of the smother box. That I couldn't just accept my own nature. Okay, yeah, sorry, Stu. Fuck you. Get out of here. Okay, I know I'm bad-tempered. Okay, I know that's off. I know that's fucked up, that I'm genuinely angry at him. Okay, I don't mean to be an abusive prick, but I really fucking hate him. I can't even tell you how much I fucking hate him. Okay, I didn't mean to scare him there. It was accidental. I didn't really scare him, but, it kind of was abrupt, kind of running at him a little bit. I'm just like, fucking... I'm agitated. My dick keeps itching. I have this fucking foreskin restoration thing on, and I didn't put it on correctly. And so, because I need to use spit, and it's fucking difficult, and I don't want to keep doing it, but... And I'm always one step away from becoming really self-critical and negative. And so I'm trying to keep that at bay. I'm wrestling with a lot of forces in my head. But ultimately, I am very happy. I got over the dissociation that was plaguing me earlier. And that's okay. When you're angry, when you're... whatever emotion you have, that's okay. As long as you're not dissociated. And if you are dissociated, that's okay too. But you gotta fix that or your life's gonna be a waste. I believe there are many people who are dissociated forever. They don't even realize it. For me, I always realized that there was something deeply wrong with me. But I believed that there was something deeply wrong with other people too. I asked once a psychologist about it. I said, I feel really out of place, like I'm a fucking alien. And he said, that's how everyone feels. No one admits it, but everyone feels like they're completely lost and forgotten while the whole world has moved on without them. And I said, yeah, that's exactly it. I feel bad for Louise now. You know, I'm like, yeah, I'm feeling, well, not really. Someone's got to be 20th. But anyways, like Max Cooper, this musician who I listen to, and before he finishes his sets, he does like hour-long sets. He makes the music come down, so you kind of know it's happening. He doesn't just abruptly finish. God, this is like really fucked, this fucking thing. I hate having an itchy dick. Fucking silicone. I need to wash this device. Everything's itchy. I have to itch my butt. I have to wipe my butt with fucking... I have to fucking itch my dick. Everything. And I'm like... I'm trying to be cool over here. I'm trying to be comfortable. But, you know, I'm gearing down. It's time for bed soon. Yeah. I hope you enjoy my company. I enjoy immensely that you're listening. I wonder if Dead Skull's listening. I wonder what you think in the silent pauses. I wonder how you listen to me. Do you think about your own stuff? Do you listen to me in the background? Do this to be like I'm music? That's what I'd like. Don't pay attention to what I say. That's really what I'd like. I used to do this staring into the camera. I'm sure Dance Girl thought I was trying to rewrite history or something. And change the vibes. But I did it because I was trying to say the only thing I'm really saying, it's not really important. There's no word for Jesus. And that's all I'm saying is Jesus. So just listen to what I say as music, but not the words. Just listen to the melody. Now, what is dissociation? It's when you lose the melody and you only have the words. I lose the melody all the time. But only before I've had breakfast. Yeah, my dick won't stop itching. Literally, I'm just here itching my dick nonstop. Ned Flanders would say, well, there's nothing like a good itch. Nothing like a good scratch. You should be thanking God for that itch. I'd say, really, Ned? Didn't your wife get shot by Homer? Or something like that? By a t-shirt cannon? Where was your God then? And then Ned is going to marry a prostitute. And she can't marry him. Because she feels bad because he actually loves her. And she doesn't love him. And she feels too bad. And he's like, yeah, I know. I know you don't love me. And I know that you feel too bad to marry me. And so you won't. And that makes me love you. And I want to marry you then. Want to marry you anyways. That you can't love anyone anyways. And I at least love you. If you could love anyone, it would be me. I'm the closest person to someone you can love that you'll ever meet. So just marry me anyway. I know you're only marrying me because I have an established life. Okay, I'm taking this fucking thing off. I'm like, I can't wear this anymore. I feel nude. She's like, I can't use you, Ned. You're too good. That's what Jocelyn said to me. She was like my first pig who was like, she was one of the cool girls in high school. She was always cucking me, but she's still trying to make me come. Like, she'd still grind on me and fucking, I'd still finger her, But she's always like, oh, my boyfriend this, my boyfriend that. He worked at a student massage place where I got massages sometimes. He named his gun Jezebel. And he went to war. He was in the army or something. His name is Ian. He has really narrow shoulders. A crook in his nose. I always felt like he had something that I didn't have. Kind of like a certain way about him. The type of guy who had a father growing up. That type of guy. Well, I know a lot of guys who aren't like him, who had fathers growing up. Nathan said, it's really great having a dad. I was like, oh, cool. And, so it wasn't really that he had a father. What was it, though? I guess he was just strict or something. Jocelyn was a Jesus freak. And then she came to Denmark. She lived with me in Denmark for a bit. And she did the same thing. She had a boyfriend. She Skyped with him. She's like fucking doing sex poses in front of me. Sleeping with me, cuddling with me in bed. Oh, it was fucked up. It was weird. I never tried to fuck her. I thought that's beneath my dignity. And I said she hasn't earned the Doog. But there was something about it. Anyway, her boyfriend was a wiener. And, then I saw her again later on. She was gang stalking me in Toronto then. And it was super weird. I tried hitting on her. And it didn't work. I dissociated, actually. And it didn't work. I knew I had lost my grip. But before I dissociated, and I was on 4 hits of acid at that time, really strong acid, and I felt that I had a grip on her. And then we went to this field to hang out. And then I tried hitting on her. And it just completely backfired. And I just lost everything. I lost all the progress with her. And suddenly I was saying, so do you want to hang out later? And come on, come on, please. And she's like, I don't know you. And the way she looked at me, it was so honest. She's like, I'm looking at you right now, and I have no idea who you are. And I was very appreciative. I didn't say it. There was no way I could communicate it. But I thought, this is incredible. And I can see what's happening here. I can't do anything about it. I'm helpless. But it's so cool seeing you look at me like this. I feel like Bill the Butcher, whatever his name is, in the movie Gangs of New York, when the guy gives him a beating and beats his eye out and then sends him or something, he lets him live. And the butcher is saying, that's the finest beating I've ever taken. I felt like she had just splayed me out without saying a word. She's just saying, you're completely fake. I have no clue who you are. And I'm a sinner, and I manipulate you, and I lie to you, and I cheat, and I try to demean you. But at least I'm myself. You're a goody two-shoes, and you're dissociated. You're not even real. It's, all your morality doesn't mean anything. What do you say about that? I said, thank you. Yeah, I never saw it. Probably back in Denmark. The reason why I never tried hitting on you is because I knew that would happen, that I'd become dissociated, and I couldn't. That the goal of hitting on you would not have been to actually fuck you. The goal would have been to hit on you without dissociating. Without feigning like I don't care. But I couldn't do that. I was too much pride. So I had to say, oh, she didn't earn the doog. Now, in a certain sense, some girls don't make you do that. Some girls don't Skype with their boyfriend in front of you right after shoving their ass in your face and cuddling with you and rubbing their leg on your crotch. Some girls don't humiliate you in a way that it would be dissociating because it's so traumatizing to hit on them. But ultimately I thought, well, who gives a fuck anyway? Really, I'd like to try. And it's only my pride stopping me. But I can't. Because it's my pride stopping me, so... No, it's that false pride. I don't know. I hit on Dance Girl. Dance Girl... fucking... had to treat me a certain way before I could hit on her. What about Marina? I associated a lot with Marina. Marina was very abusive. She was like... You ever meet someone and you say, if you wanted to hurt me, I know you didn't mean to hurt me, but if you wanted to, you couldn't have done it more than what you did accidentally. You're so calloused or insensitive that it makes me think that on some level you knew exactly how to do it, and that was your goal, but you're just not aware of yourself. Right down to laughing at the thing that hurts me. And then going, I have no idea what you're talking about. And if you say that, it's me who's the victim of you. Because I would never do something like that. Have you ever had someone do something that you say, I know that's what you're doing, but if I say that that's what you're doing, it's going to make me look like a monster. Because you're going to go, what? You think I did that? And you're like, yeah. And they're like, no, I never did that. You're fucked up for even thinking that. Oh my God. and then they gaslight you into actually believing it, and then you take all the fucking heat for what they do. And you're like, I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt. I'm trying to trust you here. I'm trying not to be a bad person. And you're making it really difficult. And at first, I felt like it was just a coincidence. And now, after the 10th time, I'm starting to think that you're really, really good at this. And that you might not be self-aware, but that this is like what you do. And for me to love you, it makes me feel like I'm getting punched in the stomach. And I kind of have to dissociate and become someone else. And I've been doing that so much that I can't even tell who the real me is anymore. And now I'm gone. And now I've lost my connection to God. And my connection to God was the only thing that made you like me in the first place. And you are working round the clock to ruin it. And I don't understand that at all. It reminds me like I'm a fruit tree and you love fruit and all you're doing is cutting down the tree. And what I'm supposed to be doing is producing really good fruit for you. But instead, I'm focusing on how can I make myself more hard and strong so that you can't cut me down. And the whole effort is futile. The whole effort is ridiculous and stupid. But we're on this weird sidetrack where we just become fucked up. Or we have like a meaningless pursuit that leads nowhere. All our suffering is in vain. And this whole thing is a waste. All this pain is a waste. It's all for nothing. This is not love we're suffering in. This is some other kind of disease. Like when you suffer in love, you grow through it. The pain of love is what you have to grow. But this isn't love. This is like war. This is like 5D chess or something. 5D war. This is complex learning how to shoot someone who outdrew you. Or defend yourself from someone who outdrew you. Or who just drew you. And then a whole other set of chemicals come in. Some other kind of addiction. Okay, time to turn the TV off. We're getting closer to going to bed. I feel really bad about chasing Stu out of here. He's just so loud. I just hate him so much, but it's no excuse. I'm in a bad mood, I think. So just go to bed. I mean, oh, you know what'd be cool is Is what? Well, Is this all there is? Stu, shut up. Stu. There's nothing like waking up after a nap to eat chips. You know what I'd like to do? Is what? Well, let's hang out in the dark with Dance Girl. Go into her house. Or bring her to my house or something. Just poured water on Stuart's head. Hope he didn't get any in his eye. And now he's up on the couch. Do you sleep with your socks on? I fucking love both. I fucking love Dance Girl. Good night, Dance Girl. I'm gonna fall asleep now. I'm too tired to say. Life is weird. Yeah, it's like the goal is you just don't fight back. Right? Yeah.